What is up, dudes? How y'all doing? Welcome back to Disco Elysium. I'm fiddling around with a couple of sliders just to get the volume a little bit more balanced, because right now I'm peaking on some very basic speech. Should really audio check before I start the stream. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That's looking much better. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Welcome on in. We basically, at this point in the story, we have confirmed that the murder itself was not the cause of death was not a hanging, but rather a bullet to the head, which we neatly scooped out of its skull. After we
bouncer.
Exactly. After we stored the body in a bear fridge, after which we realized that the body in and of itself belonged to a mercenary group that is currently roaming Refashol, putting a lot of lives in danger. So we're working against an ever-ticking clock until these people start opening fire on an unsuspecting crowd. So we're here to stop that. But before we do that, Loin, thank you so much for 32 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it, dude. Can I get some gives rich in chat, please? And Loin Wexford, how's it going? Alright, we started off a new day. Talked to this man. Haven't found her husband yet. Anything else we can talk to? Not right now. Let's take a look. Speak to the victim. Right. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. I've been watching the Tekken World Tour and having a great time with that. Played a lot of Tekken.
Who is it?
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
Might be able to get some clues doing that, but is it morally just? Just gonna clean up the empty bottles. Has sat written all over it. This is a very different room compared to
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
It does feel very different in terms of vibes from the room that we trashed.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
That is a lot.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Necra.
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Oh no. Our rampant drug abuse is paying off.
A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
What's so excited about this orange bottle?
Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Lieutenant, I also see a brand called Preptide.
Peptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
I refuse to give in to the electrochemistry voice. Oh, give me there. The corpse is no longer there. Oh, Kim, please. Thank you. I'm mostly just bullying my internal monologue. Ah, there we go.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Move your hand. Fast.
The wind brushes them off the roof.
Ah,
They're gone.
that is too bad.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy.
Where does this
I
lead
don't
to?
know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
I wonder if that leads to the same place.
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
So maybe the door below is a mega investigation.
No, still a mini investigation.
Oh. Oh, my toe.
You kick it, gung-ho style.
Hey,
Entering
Steve,
the
how's it going, dude?
premises Style. But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside.
Oh no, the door is mocking me.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
Your foot is ready to explode and punish this object.
Disrespecting the force. What do you mean, enemy of the physical
Door
realm?
receives a thorough disciplining. Its pain and groveling is much to your liking.
Suck on that, door.
There's a fruit fly struggling on the microphone. Please go away, fruit fly.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit,
She's been
an
showering
athletic
for like 5 days straight.
built, long, and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Is there a cleaning lady? I need one.
It's much nicer now. Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
Hey, Uber King Kai, how's it going? You mentioned a cleaning lady? I think I need one. I think you do.
Yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco
They
Infernum.
also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
No lemon pledge can save that
I
room.
am Kim Kitsuragi. I am a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
This does not come as good news to him.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
I have very little idea of what I'm doing. Once a cop, always a
Like
cop.
riding a copacycle.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Where are you from?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. A bad memory, officer.
That memory of what?
Lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. And night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
It's the past. People. I'm 28. The record. So official. Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Martian, dude, thank you so much for the 23 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it, dude. Gonna get some Kevin Richards in chat, please. How are you doing, buddy? Thank you so much. What are you doing here in the Whirling in Rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
If y'all want to hang out with a fantastic musician and have a good, relaxed, chill time, please do go follow up Martian Dude.
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol.
Yes.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
Where does that door lead to?
You tell me, officer, when you've kicked it down. I've been wondering myself, but I'm light of foot. Not a good door kicker.
It's been a very good game so far. I've been really having a good time with it.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
They tell us you've been through something difficult?
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
That is quite a length to go to cover up a murder for someone.
Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied. A lot of partying going on.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. I guess you can say that, yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
Hang on. Had a scar, you say? Is there a way to... Shit. I knew the tattoos were a thing, but God, I did not. I do not remember there being a scar. But at the same time, I recognize that as a descriptor of the victim, but.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you seeing him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window,
Oh, jeez.
in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
The call reporting the hanging, that was you? Why did she wait a week, though?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
If it's snitching, the caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So, she's God's mystery phone cutter.
In the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Why go through all the trouble? Why wait a week? Especially if you were involved with the victim to that degree.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
That's the thing that kind of bothers me, is that given that the Hardy Boys were obviously sort of taking credit for the whole thing, where it likely wasn't even them that were involved with it, they just found the body somewhere and decided to make a public display about it to, I don't know, kind of figure out who the other mercenaries are, or just to kind of assert their dominance on the area. But why wait a week to call it in? That's the thing that I'm
Thank you for making
wondering
the call,
about.
miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
What did they hang him for?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this track was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
But they didn't hang him for it. Why was there a bullet in his head?
Bullet? They shot him too? They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
It's hard to know what to think about that answer. She's just tired. Don't push her too much.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I still don't think it's them. I still don't think it's them. So what we know so far is that the victim was deceased when he was strung up. Because I think it's the clavicle? Am I saying that right? Let's see. No, the was it the clavicle that was broken? Oh, correct pronunciation. Basically, they strung him up after, like, post-mortem because there was a fractured bit underneath his jaw, which insinuates that he was hung. But usually during a hanging, or that he was hanged, and usually when somebody is hanged, the spine separates around the neck from the impact of the rope hitting the bottom of the jaw and the rest of the body just continuing. But in this case, the spine wasn't separated, so we later found a bullet, which is the more than likely cause of death. So that means that the Hardy Boys are likely covering it. It's looking more and more like they're covering for someone, probably Everett. The lynching was just a display.
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea. Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms.
Yes. And then he's dead. His mouth agape.
She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales, then looks at you with her lungs
I
full
don't know
of
if this was the
smoke.
right idea.
I can see the similarity. Yes.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof
Okay, so
feels
she
humid.
isn't... I originally thought that she might have been part of the mercenary troop, but that doesn't add up with the amount of time that she spent here. So what we know so far is that the victim's cause of death was the bullet to the back of the head, and after that he was strung up on a tree, where we found him post-mortem where he hanged for like a week, I think, from the top of my head. We examined the bodies, didn't take his shoes. Found no sign of struggle. Usually, there would have been like scratch marks around the neck if the victim was still alive while being strung up. And the lack of spinal separation also means that he was strung up post-mortem. Then the Hardy Boys downstairs claimed responsibility for the actual hanging, and this gives me the idea that this whole idea is kind of more or less a cover-up for someone to kind of take the heat of the actual culprit, which is likely to be someone that Everard hired, the union boss.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of the
Smooth
glass.
as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently
Looks like it,
replaced.
yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
What is this, guilt now?
Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
Looks like it.
You know which window is not? Yes, that one. Cold wind is seeping in right now. Just one floor below you. Messing up your concentration here.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
God, the necktie has some massive John Cleese energy to him.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them
Nothing
cooperate?
will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell us all
What
of
else
that?
could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have
If
known.
not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something's
You think
off
so?
here?
She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
Okay, so we do need to... Wait, what was the thing that...
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars.
Okay, we already checked that out. Okay, so Flash is the one that called it in. Man, it throws me off to have Dutch names in here. Can we do something about the window? It's messing up my concentration.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor. Where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
No problem, officer.
Oh, I just realized that Kim hasn't seen the room yet.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. What do you mean, assess the damage? How would you do that?
Damn it. Shameful display. I have no feelings of shame. I only have disco. Let's see.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Okay, this might become a bit dangerous, so I'm gonna save here.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
Hey, Adrian, how's it going, dude?
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
Barely awake, get some coffee in you, man. Yeah, the more I read into Titus, the more it seems like he is overcompensating to cover up for somebody.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
She was very
She
lucid.
wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
So they basically red herringed this story. And now they're threatening us because we are kind of pushing that story and actually finding out the truth.
His hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Titus Hardy!
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fists down.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this.
There
If
you
this
go.
goes south, we'll all be in the shit.
Thank you for that,
But you,
Elizabeth.
Titus
This is the most
Hardy,
useful thing you've done all
Going to
day.
be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. She is not a spokesperson for the Hardys. She is there to keep the Hardys in check to cover for Everett. Ah, fuck. She's the middleman to make sure that the story is correct.
Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
Son of a bitch. The tape that is scattered all over my room, I assume?
Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
Oh, it's a different tape.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Where'd you get this?
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
Which one of you is doing this advanced radio work
It's not
then?
advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Thank you for that, Angus.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Tape tick.
The tear machine stands in your bottle's
Yeah. Cleaning up Refreshall. One bottle at a time. Man, Disco Elysium in the rain is such a nice mood. Alright, tape player. What kind of... Oh, it's one of those. Yeah. It's a good thing I checked what the item actually looked like. We yet to see what's behind door number 2.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore. My kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy at the pawn shop. He has stuff.
Don't know if we can get enough resources to pay for that though. Oh, hey, they managed to fix it.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the water lock starts moving.
Who leaves this unattended? Oh, but wait, this opens up a lot of areas.
If we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
Who leaves something like that unattended? Wildly irresponsible. Do you have a tape player?
Hello again. How can I help you?
I'm looking for something to play the tape for police business.
Tape? We have boom boxes for sale that will play it. Check the shelves.
Up top.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Can I just play the tape on one of the boomboxes real quick?
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have, won't now.
Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music. Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Can I get a discount on this boombox? A police discount?
Discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real.
A man like that in a neighborhood like this, in a rickety house falling into the sea, there's fear in him. Use it to your advantage.
Let's make it 8 real.
Actually, yes. Let's. 8 is an even better number than 12. Even more internal balance. Better integrity, too. And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
I get the feeling like it doesn't work, but that's fine. Let's see. Tools of the trade. Oh, I am pumping up the jam. Look at that. Aesthetically pleasing. We are definitely pumping up the jam.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You
Play the
push
tape.
Command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the sound of a Kvalsund crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally.
Hey, Gypsy, how was work? So I missed a bunch. We have assigned ourselves to have the advanced race theory internalized to open a gate. There you go.
I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Indeed, but...
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenar, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work. A village on the Samaran Isla, in South Safri. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think it was
Who
there?
knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
Quite busy, but was alright. Hey, if it's a good kind of busy, and it's no problem.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her
Damn,
testimony.
Kim with the pronunciation.
To some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night.
But it's Monday.
The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Oh, money. I need that. Oh, there's a whole lot of stuff to explore on the other side of this. And hold the button to highlight for a second. I want to see what that was all about. Breaker box. Oh boy. Got some tracks over here. Oh. Not sure what I need with the banged up fuel canister, but...
The banged up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water.
A carriage into sea? Where did this
My
come
guess
from?
is it started its journey from the plaza, where it backed through the fence. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling, Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Run your hand over the cold metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
What does it make of this MC? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Looks like Jacob's Urs. Oh, right.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, quite. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Sit and swing and wait for the tide to recede?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
No, there was a cryptozoologist that went missing along the coastline. This is likely his vehicle.
The hinges creak under your weight. Dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
It looks very blue.
Yes, it does.
What's your favorite blue thing?
Let me think about it.
It's impossible to say if it's happening, if the water is receding. All you feel is a lot of time going by. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
God damn it, Dubois. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing.
Well,
You
Chad?
hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Do you think I will ever find my gun?
I hope so.
If I put enough time into eating right and exercising, I could turn myself into a living weapon, then I wouldn't need a gun. I don't think I'm ever going to find my gun. The world is so big and my gun is so small.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
You make it the mark now?
I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd.
God damn it, Kim.
It's a Capri, Model 40.
This idiot has been sitting on a freaking swing with me for 2 hours. Playing Would You Rather, and he has been just kind of sitting there waiting for you to ask the question. Your gun is out there reenacting the brave little toaster. I haven't seen those movies in a good while. Hey, Paw Peep, how's it going?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people. Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? A precinct, yes. A police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
Oh, man.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy.
How do you even fold a car like that, Harry? How do you even do that?
Harry. Oh God, Harry. What did you do?
I'm with Half-Light here.
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I drove my car into the sea?
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe I was in pursuit of
whom?
someone?
I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
How do we get it out?
We don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like
I'm
that?
afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
The gun, the badge, now this.
The lieutenant
Oh,
adjusts
no.
his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Jesus. What the fuck happened in those 3 days? How do you do this?
There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
No.
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage.
Was it my
combined.
dignity?
Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
Thank you, Half-Light.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
People are going to be angry at me, aren't they, in Precinct 41?
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema. Yes, let's go take a look.
Find a traffic hooligan. I don't want to. Okay. I feel guilty enough as is. God damn it, Harry. Hey. Well, I'll be. Not something I expected to find here, but... Where is it?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my badge.
Something good came out of all this.
Study the
Encased
badge.
between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West.
You're really hooked up on that that banana blasting crossbow, aren't you?
You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking.
What
Why?
do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him
Oh no,
than
it's
it does
back.
on you now. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now. Although there's already a hint of that pain, certainly. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
It's meant to keep you safe from bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse.
Harrier Dubois.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
So we got Harry, we got Harrier, and now we need to find the hairiest.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Declined?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
A space Harrier Dubois. I am unsure whether I'm a satellite or not.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good.
I appreciate
police work.
that, Kim.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
My rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Return back on the
Small yet
document.
precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
Also, before we continue this, I'm going to take a very short break. Room 703 is such a good theme. Zayas Quinn, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everyone is doing well. We gotta find out a little bit more about our Space Harrier.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
And date of issue 7th of November, 50. And how's it going, Zayas?
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank.
Love this game. How are you enjoying it? I'm absolutely loving it. It's incredibly immersive and incredibly enrapturing in its storytelling. And just the way that it presents itself is just phenomenal. I think the last time I experienced the story that was this like engrossing on like a narrative level was probably Planescape Torment back in the day.
The case created a lot of
No
edge
backseating,
you have to
please.
take off. The death march really gets us going.
Hey, Sakradosh, how's it going, dude?
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
How'd you enjoy the Tekken finals?
remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
Are you excited for Tekken 8, or still confused about the mechanics?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... It's
What?
a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again...
I just really need to see a match played out to form an opinion. That is fair. What I've seen from Nina's reveal, though, it looks really fun. Kind of abandoning the more grounded combat in favor of just whatever the hell Jack is embodying in the Tekken series.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Gypsy just brought me tea and a cookie. Shout out to Gypsy. I put the cookie down after I took a bite. But yeah, one of the biggest things that was that kind of deterred me from playing Tekken 7 initially was just kind of the bare bones looking. Yeah, I ate the rest. I ate the rest earlier. But like from a visual perspective, like Tekken isn't really an aesthetical game. Like the character models are great, but like the moves and stuff like that don't pop off the screen like they do in like Marvel vs. Capcom or in a Street Fighter or in Guilty Gear. And I feel like they're kind of trying to jump into that.
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see...
Is like instructing. Basically, it's kind of an all-encompassing term to describe unsolicited advice and hinting at things that the streamer in particular hasn't seen before. It's kind of like backseat driving. I need a new rig and or PS5. My PC is falling behind these days. Yeah, I'm kind of due for an overhaul myself at some point. It still very much does what I needed to do, but you notice with little things that it's taken a lot longer to process, like rendering, for instance. The door gunner, Mega Mix. Like, okay, so one of the things at the bottom of this list, apparently, one of the first things that I did in this game was ask myself what the race enigma was. Apparently, I internalized advanced race theory as one of the first steps in this game. And that is a concerning train of thought. Also, I'm getting very distracted here. I should probably re-equip the bag so I can pick up stuff. Tools, plastic bag. Oh, sick. We can recycle and have tunes. But I gotta say, like, if you're a fan of this game, you definitely owe it to yourself to give Planescape Torment a try at some point in time. Like, it's a little, well, it's a vastly different experience, but it kind of handles the narrative motif in a similar fashion. You wake up in a morgue without any clue of who you are or why you're here. I need to sell something in order to...
Hello again. How can I help you? Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Empty cassette. So chat, is it of vital importance to keep certain items? Like, don't give me any specifics, but can I just basically sell anything in this menu, or do I need to keep certain items? This game's done this year, slow start for me, but it's picking up. My new chair should arrive this week, or early next week though. That should really at least improve your comfort. As far as
another time, perhaps.
As gaming goes, I'm pretty due. Hey, Scout. How's it going? I'm pretty due for a new chair myself, but I'll have to investigate further to see if I can find something that fits. I finished games that also find evolving gears. That's right. We've been going through the majority of the Gears of War series, kind of stuck on 5 right now because it's a bit of a mess. It's very much a video game. Visually very impressive, design-wise an absolute mess of a game. A second. Let's see if we can actually access. Oh, we can just go in here. Game don't care no more. Hey, Kento Tilapia. How's it going? I stopped at Gears 4 because I didn't want to buy a next-gen console. It runs weird. It runs really well. There you go. There's the really. On an Xbox One X.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
She puts her coffee cup down. With a soft ring, as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
My voice is starting to do a lot better. It certainly helps that I no longer have a cold as well.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as a target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via the encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used?
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
It's still got a long way to go to be fully, functional to the point where I can do both streams and videos. It's still a long ways off from that. But it's at least getting to the point where I can stream consistently and not have to worry about not having a voice the next day. So that is really nice.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Yes.
He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yeah, and she really does look like Laura Dern.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his,
A persona without the
word
heart.
I'm looking for. Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. Sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Hold on, he said he was mentally done. That sounds like a broken man to me.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
Weren't you afraid?
Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
She wouldn't. She doesn't have the full Hoi in her.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name,
God damn it, Disco Elysium.
He said,
Lelystad. That's a good start.
Oops. Can't just go Dutch posting on my stream like that.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink.
Yes. It's a province capital, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
12. I say 12, but now I'm second guessing. It's been a long time since I've done any topography. Where is Lady Stott? Oh, that's fucking me up. This is really, really messed up to read that. Holy crap. As a Dutch person, I'm not okay with the formulating of where is Lelystad?
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
It's weirder to hear you try to pronounce it in English. That's my default go-to when I see a Dutch word in an English sentence. I have to stop, sort of switch to Dutch. I got used to it when you were playing The Witcher 3. Fucking Dijkstra.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Yeah, as a Dutch person, Dijkstra pronounces Dijkstra is really, really weird. Hey, Roll Mild, how's it going?
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent.
My brain.
What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Why are we pseudo-Dutching this? I am not okay with the idea of alternate reality Netherlands.
Sex, alcohol, speed, probably also sildenafil.
How old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
It's after... Okay, so we're learning. The questions that Disco Elysium provides to us educate us into a higher being of existence. I don't know where the devs of Disco Elysium are from. But I'm too afraid to look it up in case there might be an accidental spoiler in there. But it's really weird to see... it's really weird to see a country like the Netherlands be this presented in a video game and not be like outright mentioned or used, if that makes sense. Like there have been games that use the backdrops of like Amsterdam or something like that. But it's odd to hear partial Dutch language being incorporated into a video game that is primarily in English.
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it up.
His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like Like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those
Hey,
eyes.
Lexi, how's it going, dude? And Shoot Bang, how's it going?
Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Have a good work and lurk, Lexi. Good to see you, man.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It seems he was inspired by the Dutch. Who knew a good thing could come from that?
Wow, what a deep game.
The absolute timing on that. Hey, Phonic, how's it going, dude?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Had a tattoo? What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It's clear she liked it.
Quite a lot, yes. Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Oh, so your man was drunk as fuck listening to a Dutch DJ and just conjured up this world in his head while partying? I'm a big fan of him already.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Semenine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. It is when you're
Mon
high.
ami, thank
It's
you!
very
I've
exciting
become a
moment.
fine gentleman
You have
because
the
of
tools to deal
you!
with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic? It very well could be, yes. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Loved it him in? What does that mean?
He told me he loved in the men.
That's not funny, officer.
Now, I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to be serious.
Why do you ask?
This is in fact a deep game, and the title plays on a few double meanings related to the word disco. In one sense, it refers to ideas that briefly gain the spotlight before burning out, similar to the fad of disco music, and reflected in the protagonist's clothing style, while in a more literal sense, disco is Latin for I learn. I want to figure out what that man was on. This is a road to discovery. Something strong, something Dutch. He just overdosed on stroopwafel.
Well, it's wrong. He had too many drinks to down and too many bad things to do. Couldn't tap out just yet.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change. All right, let's see where this is going.
Cool.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
Okay, so... we have to talk to Titus again, find the armored glove, find your heraldic bird. Ask Scott Leader about tattoos. Okay, and we need to find a gun. That's slowly coming together. At least this aspect of the story. We just need a who and why. Is he willing to talk now? Or is he still an asshole?
I can't believe this shit.
He is still an asshole.
Yes? What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir. Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
And you look like you don't bathe on principle.
That is one hell of a reaction, though.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were.
It's you again.
Ooh,
what is it?
Something happened there.
And
I had nothing, she stand by what she says. Oh shit, really?
that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
Gold, it was just locker room talk. It's not evidence.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rapes there.
Sounds like you wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
She did not say whoop-de-doo.
I can confirm that.
Confirmed, no whoop-de-doos were had. Fucking hell, Ken.
I see what you're doing there. Let's push him.
The word linkage reminds me of sausage.
Then.
Never cared much for the links, preferred the patties.
Exactly. We're really turning this into Gordon and Cooper. Did not surprise come as a surprise to her, and she was definitely not
Yes.
scared.
In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore. Right. Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
the whole Venus de Milo talk is great in that scene. Especially the massive, massive quantities in a glass of water, sweetheart. My socks are on fire.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
I think this is personal for you. I think you had feelings for her. Maybe she's still in denial. Be straight with me. What really happened?
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
What?
That's alright, Glenn. I just thought I thought anyone would come around if they heard that shit. Apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic, or else you might antagonize him.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck on!"
This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end of their wits.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
So I get a +5 for this roll. I need to hit a 11 on that. I might be able to increase my rhetoric on that. I do have some skill points left. Where's my rhetoric? That puts me at 6, means I need a 10. Alright, let's give that man some rhetoric. So we can actually communicate. Plus I get a -1 on that as well for my items. What is giving me a -1 on rhetoric? I got a bum brain.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Odd words of encouragement.
Even Ahmad? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
Tell me the entire plan.
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez. What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway. You junior delinquent. But you still did.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
What? And get the whole story from Titus. It means that we need to find some more leverage to that. 16 against 2 plus 5. They should put it at like 12%, I think.
It's you again. What is it?
Oh, 28. Plus 5, 7. I need to roll on 9 or higher. Was it a white check? It was a white check, wasn't it? Means that I can retry it.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions. Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
We're in Sunday night. I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we, change the subject?
Okay, so that is most of that discussed. Which means that I need to... Do I have something that might be able to boost my rhetoric here? Anything will do? I don't want to talk to the mercenary at the dock gates just yet. Let's talk to the negotiator.
There, working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Case solved.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
What did I crack in exactly?
What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
It's the missing husband.
And you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found right now.
Oh no. This is not gonna end well. I found your husband.
Damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing.
But you said you didn't know where he was.
And I specifically added that I didn't need to know where he was.
Well, I found him nevertheless. I'm
Very
that
well
good.
Then. Where is he?
There.
Excuse me? I don't follow.
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trace of worry.
I found a working class drunk and I found it not be yours.
Right,
This poor
'cause
woman.
Working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what?
What?
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one.
So is he missing as well? This poor woman does not know when she started.
No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park or in Shamrock somewhere, drinking with his friends. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
There. She's worried now.
I wouldn't be so sure.
The timing on that. Loin, thank you so much for gifting us up to Sacridash. Really freaking appreciate it, my dude. Can I get some Kevin and Richards in chat, please?
Man?
Thank you
just
so
to be
much for the
completely
support,
clear,
man.
Do you want to report it to the police?
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
Oh no. Not at all. The RCM is ready to chase down every goofball in town. We care
She
about
sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of
This
gratitude
poor
and
freaking
relief
woman.
from it.
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions?
What does your husband look like?
Honestly, not that different from you.
So let me guess. He's disco.
Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet.
Why did you say your husband resembles me then?
Well, he's slightly chubby.
I see. What else?
He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it?
Hang on, I'll do you one better, Phonic. Hang on. I'll do you one better. So, recently, me and Phonic have been working on a VOD channel for the stream. So, if you have ever missed out on a stream, then do go subscribe over here. We kind of made it with the idea that a lot of the Twitch player organization stuff and the player itself isn't very good. So for your viewing experience, we made an entire channel for it. So do check it out. Do consider subscribing to it to stay up to date. So far, new stream VODs drop every Saturday. We're drip feeding the the channel not like immediately flood everyone with like old archive streams, but we're uploading old playthroughs as well.
Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold.
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park, or on the coast. And it's making her more and more worried.
When did you last see him?
Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction.
I did not expect. I just thought I was bullying an old helpless woman, but instead we actually found a missing person case.
She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
I think I got it. Thanks.
So you are going to look for him?
She genuinely wants you to now. Don't make her ask.
Yes, so we'll bring him back home.
Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself. I'm still sure of that.
Actually, hang on. That reminds me of something. Give me a second to add something to... Just a quick second. Hey, Verfreeze, how's it going? Yep. Just gonna test this real quick. I'm not actually closing out the stream. There you go.
She tries to maintain a brave front, even though her eyes reveal the opposite.
I don't think many people would instinctively just start bullying a random person into admitting that her husband is missing. Like, let's be real. But my inner voice suggested that I do so.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing.
And Earth, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I do want to say massive shout outs to Phonic for helping me out with the archive channel. Really appreciate it, dude. Let's see. This should be the park, right? Oh, it's the other button. Broke down the fence and the barbed wire. That's not a good sign. About 4-story buildings around this yard. The swing is missing. No one has been here for a long time. Let's see what's in there. Ooh, I'm okay with that. Goes into my Yelm Dollar Man fund. But you can actually use the boombox to play some background music. That is really cool. Also, I do really appreciate that they added a button to outline all the interactable objects in the game. Just to make it a little bit easier for people to kind of figure out what you can and can't talk to. That's a new conversation to open up. Let me tell you about my shoes. Look at them. +1 composure with ridiculously high heels. Beautiful. Mesmerizing. Also, Gypsy, this is the car I mentioned that I drove into the lake. Mind you, it was not directly my doing. It happened before the game started. Oh, I'm gonna rob these people blind. Steal their fish.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Do you know how to use
Not
it?
really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Why would you do this, game?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
I shit on death.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him,
mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her.
No.
Both of you could need some action.
No. No electrochemistry. Now is not the time.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Of course, this is where the necktie chimes in.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Working class husband. Looking for missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
Mainstream scientists.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen? I haven't heard about those.
Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
What the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Where'd they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
A working class husband.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
An alternative scientist. You come to work wearing Dr. Martens. Fingerless gloves. Blasting Dimmu Borg here. The real stuff. The husband isn't for me. I'm looking for him for his wife.
Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you.
That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right
Well,
now.
how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
I found a car recently.
This is what is called
Turned out it was mine.
Conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies.
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Could be worse
Exactly.
anywhere.
I don't
Elsewhere?
mean to complain about my sad pauper life. We do manage all right. We're tough people here.
She would like to complain. She would like that very much. But she can't, and she won't. Though, has gotten her this far, and she's not giving it up.
I really appreciate that I get the -6 from just not knowing. Where I could take this woman.
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Hey, I'm actually finding a decent wage. Kelp is such a fun word. Kelp.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
We can't see. How did you know I was there? Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Click, click, bang, bang.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Nova, how's it going? How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
What is in this fishing village?
Us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
Wait, I did pay for the night, right? There's gotta be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
The box? What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be. during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinderblock houses, shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I met Lillian already.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
Haven't seen any drunks yet, though.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Alright, there's another
She
topic I'd
nods,
like to address.
nods in another piece of cloth.
Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me
We got the keys
Isabel,
before we
if
got
that's
the
what
name.
you're asking.
Oh god.
And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr. What a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
What's further
Not
down the
much.
coast?
There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
One of the things I really like about this game is something that very few games manage to do, and it's make me look forward to conversing and interacting with anything and everything in it. Just to kind of figure out who that person is or why a building is standing there. Such a rich feeling game because of it.
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
There's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night.
Hang on, I gotta close the window for a second. It's getting loud again. I don't know why this happens, but every once in a while it gets loud. So be right back. I have returned. It's really bizarre here. Like every once in a while, there's just a horde of teenagers that think they own the world around here, and they sound like it. And it's like every once in a while, you just get like a horde of these kids just littering the neighborhood. And they're so loud. Like, I have to be pretty close to the microphone in order and set it up so that I have to be pretty close to the microphone, because otherwise you guys can pick up everything that is going on outside the window, and that's so loud. I'll challenge them to run up the stairs. If they're really high. That's really funny, because they can't maintain balance for shit. And Aaron Bunny, how's it going? Have you considered threatening them with a scary weapon? I have some disco records. I'd rather have a baby cockroach or a matter baby. What is a matter baby field? And how's it going?
Rank it up! Nothing, baby. Everything is alright.
God damn it. I walked right into that one. Field, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it, dude. Can I get some Kevin Richards in chat? I walked straight into that one. Also, I have a favor of chat to ask. So you see here, this man, VO team leader, he is in fact a streamer of, plays a lot of Monster Hunter. And he is almost at 2,000 followers. So without joking, please do go check him out. And please do get him, please do help him get to that goal. Hopefully you're doing well, man. You know, I know it is Y2K, man. But I keep reading it as Yick Man.
And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
What else is down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed.
This is as good as whatever it is meant to be. I heard that that developer is completely unhinged. I don't know how true that is, but I heard that the whole story behind Y2K is completely unhinged.
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
That's it? There's gotta be more along the coast. Alright,
As
got
I
it.
said, it's a peninsula. There's no one there, just ghosts and vagrants, and teenagers making out.
Okay, so we have access to our very oh boy.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks
When it came out, I watched Steve Jobs play through it, and I kind of we played it at Gamescom when it was like first revealed to the public, and at the time we were like, "Oh, this is a kind of neat concept." But then then I saw the final result and was just like, "Oh yeah, this is not for me." So I never looked too deep into it.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Let's see what our accommodations offer. Yo, it's not destroyed!
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
I'm gonna kill myself
Like an
by
artist
accident.
with a brush.
Why?
You used a small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line.
Why did I double six on that? Why do I waste my double sixes on the freaking joke rolls? Why?
The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the bare
Oh
face
god, why
tender,
did I get rid of the hair?
brushing against it, chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Was shaving the red
The
coal?
water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe.
I'm gonna have to post that into good faces.
Wow, what a deep game.
It is.
The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
Oh, I got a shelf for my Yelm Dollar Man collection.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and...
What is this place to you?
That is a new voice. My forward base for the coast part of the operation, my new hangout where I could silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves roll in. Looks like this is my new home. Wonder where the old one went.
Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in rags. Door number 1 on the second floor is locked. Behind it lies a trashed room. 1 floor below, behind a counter, stands an irritable man.
Hang on, chat. I gotta do something here. Gotta do something here. Okay, we're almost there. Hang on. Okay, now we're playing Disco Elysium, the way it was meant to be played.
In a small shack in the fishing village, a Baroque heater hums quietly, emanating a sense of comforting warmth. A wash basin lies on the table, the water inside reflecting the somber face of the world.
You think it's bad for you guys? I'm watching this on 2 screens, one of them full screened.
Far away, on the corner of Perdition and Main, a nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant and lost, just like its tenant.
For a fair assessment of the current situation?
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The
This
waves
is definitely an
crash against the
improvement,
stilts
though.
again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look, under the floorboards.
Can I? What's in there? Oh, hell yes. This is pretty goddamn disco. It's so much worse when the screen goes dark.
Yes? Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
You can tell me.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the
damage.
Either way, good on you. You are...
Alright. So what do you think of the true Disco Elysium? Let me know. Still collecting bottles.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
What are you laughing about?
The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking. Just wobbling around like he's afraid of something.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Can I enter this? Oh, I can.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
I heard there was a girl here who has armored gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And where are the gloves
I
now?
hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. It's Lammy! He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. Bye!
Okay. I am a lamb now. Just walk in, steal the bird from the ceiling, leave. Okay, so we're looking for a... I think this is a
Weather
sandcastle?
has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Reach in the catacombs and pull out the shiny object.
Give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Okay. Well, at least that's something. And we got a compliment from Kim to boot, which I appreciate. So now we're no longer concerned with our money. We need to get a collection of Yelm Dollar Man. It is of the most vital importance. And that highlight function is so nice. Music is coming from somewhere on the ice. Oh, I'll take that. That Kim emote is fantastic. I love it. I was recently watching a video from, what was it called again? Shut Up and Sit Down. It's a board review channel. And all of a sudden, Gypsy noticed in the background that there was a framed picture of Kim sitting on the mantle. I was like, hey, a fellow Disco Elysium appreciator.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader. Or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Oh no! For a fraction of a second, I forgot that it was there.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg!
I mean, yeah. I can see why they call... Yeah.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Why are you here?
We've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty
brings
bad.
me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
Enough histrionics. What are you talking
I'm talking
about?
the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads? Burnouts?
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Revachol.
Strike that! The word!
He reminds me of the two ogres from Team 4 Star's Dragon Ball.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
They're spooky.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
You would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter.
This dude has such a Korg energy from
I'm sure it's
Thor
not what the
Ragnarok.
Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
What's the status of the church? I haven't gotten inside the building yet.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
What about the key?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool.
Raise your hand in front of your face with minimum effort.
Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye orb. In the looking ball. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in your pocket and move on.
My bad.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry he didn't throw them better.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
The zoom out makes the face zoom in.
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Hardcore!
Is it? You're just gonna keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to
do? Man turns into this cat man, and my cop training goes out the window.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Oh, beautiful.
Yes?
That was incredible.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks. Hossie, it's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
You must be Estelle.
That's my name. I take it you have met the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club thing?
They did?
Will you help us?
I'll help
Great.
you, alright?
Let us know if there's any progress, will ya?
I have some questions for you.
Words don't come out. Instead, you instinctively touch your collar to check your necktie.
It's crooked again! It always is! It's a traffic accident and a noose! Also, you should ask if she wants to party. Or better yet, ask her about that hat! Lest the necktie think you're boring.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
I said you should have a hat
So should
on.
you.
You don't have to do anything.
Come to think of it, I should. Where would I get one around here? I don't have to do anything. I am the law. You have to do what the law says.
Real cool.
Way to abuse that power, man, she says, thinking you can't hear her. She bats away your questions like flies. She's not intimidated by mere police officers.
Like what?
I'd like to know more about your
My
associates.
associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about
Of
them.
course I do. I just don't tell people about my
Bless you,
friends
Gypsy.
and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
What about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Uh-huh.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
What's that device you have there?
it's a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the
Actually,
wires?
just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
Contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Also, just a second. Gotta turn on the light. How does that thing work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Where did you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
What's the Palaceum?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Sounds interesting. Who is this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
I get down.
Don't know what that means.
Oh,
I don't know
no.
what that means either.
I'm hip beyond my years. Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock in the form of a wrecked tape player in a completely trashed hostel room.
That's cool. Sure. Okay. Recording, I guess.
And what exactly are you recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them. I
What
don't
for?
know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
What are these recordings for? The cracks, the
The
footsteps.
musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just nod.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now this is where a hat would come in handy.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
It's supposed to be a music place. Did you mean the one Andre's got planned? The church?
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like
Didn't
what?
you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff, like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Why don't you leave some of it? Wow. Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead.
Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Electronic instruments like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Have you been questioned before?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Look awestruck. Who are these rich people? They sound wonderful. I'd like to be one.
Oh, they are. And I'm scum.
She nods apprehensively.
So what trouble you've been gotten into with the police?
The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
What's the usual?
Drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
What did you need to move out at such a tender age?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
She nods very cautiously.
Let's try this.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Okay, bye.
All right, so we got something to check out. These are probably the kids that the old lady was mentioning. So this is the church. I hadn't seen it up until now.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
Me?
Exactly.
Why am I like a seagull?
Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance and adaptation. The seaside was paradise once. They were birds of that paradise. Then their paradise became Shit City. And what did they do? They became urban survivors, eating burgers out of trash cans, killing and eating pigeons.
In my defense, endurance, I haven't eaten a pigeon yet. The night is still young, though.
No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters.
I am
just
the seagull.
Like you. Own it. Steal hot dogs. Shit in the sand. Whatever it takes to keep going.
It's time to shit in the sand, according to endurance. First, that means that I gotta take off my pants. There you go. Now I can shit in the sands. Okay, can cross there. Look inside. Why is there a... Oh no. I'll give this poor man more alcohol. Like a pupa emerging from its cocoon to become a beautiful butterfly that is Harry Dubois.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone.
Oh man, that was a big yawn. Like how my brain occasionally forgets the picture is there, then suddenly I see it again, like my sleep paralysis demon at night. We named this cryptid The Expression. Let it serve as a warning.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
It could have been multiple seagulls. You wouldn't know what's really stupid about that response. That is something that I can see myself actually say.
You should still take it.
Ooh. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. You know, it gets even worse when you just enter a place and the
more than twice your height stand shut.
The screen turns black for a second and you get the full visage of The Expression.
Carelessly drilled into the wood.
Inspector
The
Carpentry.
carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
Have you seen this symbol before?
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
What is junior delinquency?
For Revachol ZOC, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Your hands are clammy from the sea air. The piece of sticker keeps slipping away.
My hands are wet.
The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back crumpled. However, it should be easier to peel the sticker off now.
+2, you dried your hands. Hey Dingo, how's it going?
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
In your ledger, after the last entry where it belongs.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Hell yeah.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Oh wow, this is really cool. I like this. I forgot for a second that I put it there. Have a good one, Monty Rob. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Think it's too small? Hang on. I got you. Better, isn't it? There you go.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
I like what they did with the sound here.
We should leave.
Hey, Fact Machine,
I doubt
how's it
this
going?
place bears any connection to the case.
Yes, but this machine looks just like the one in Doom commercial area.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
Wait, let me just investigate
You
it.
see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
Look
Behind
inside the
hatch
compartment.
sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. Nothing happens. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
I looked inside the core, but the tape on the filaments just said log February, March.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
I don't know the password.
I will register this login attempt. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still.
Okay, so I still need to find...
In white, silver.
Oh, they use this as a base for the RPG.
Of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty.
I do hope that at some point they release an art book for Disco Elysium for everybody to enjoy. The art in this game is absolutely phenomenal.
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
In my underpants.
The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside.
Why did I do this?
The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. In the darkness, you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Who is
It's
this?
Dolores Day. The old woman
Again?
was right. This is the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
A pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Who conducted this raid?
Your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
You're not
3
sure?
precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I don't remember being here.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
I like how that comes back. Like some random book you read somewhere has influence over the roles that you can make later on.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still. And will the highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system
the +1 bonus
is
caused me to succeed.
An authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Is one in office now?
We are alone.
Okay, when did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Okay, what else? Was she smart?
Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman.
I wonder if the necktie starts bitching him more the more you start to refuse the usage of alcohol and drugs.
She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world. the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The
Wow.
DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress.
Now one
As
more.
did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supremawindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Her crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else.
You know what would make this game perfect? Just sit him back next to a crackling fireplace. That would be like the perfect environment to play this game.
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
Was there something terrifying about her?
Is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
There was something bad about her. Was there something bad about her? I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her Theriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
What
the
happened?
Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific. Mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Glowing lungs, that's fucked up.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
I'm gonna gamble it.
The shards glimmer in the dark.
Ah, too bad.
You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know.
Let's grab that while we're here. And that. And then see what's behind door number 2. Oh, there's a lot in the bottom side of the church as well.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
What?
You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Can't win her back. She's a long dead historical figure. I should, yes. This is
So
a task of
very,
mine.
very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting. Why?
Because she's a stained glass
That does
window?
seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Is the task still
I
on?
don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression. The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. It's unnerving. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total. So the lieutenant
What's happening?
points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing, and it's beginning to worry.
The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Let's try this. Ah, that's too bad. That was pretty close too.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
What's the darkness like?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. The sense
Keep
of
forgetting that the face is there.
It's like you see your own face reflected back at you in vanishing geometry. A strange, alien image that's supposed to be you.
Oh, this is too good. This is too good. Oh man. Try to make out something? Anything.
There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
Blink.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Oh, hello.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
This might be my final ship post. The right place for what?
Receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
Well, I'm very in touch with my suffering.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Look at these crazies. What is this shit?
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
This Mother of Silence sounds like a serious player. You might want to be careful until you find out what you're dealing with.
Where did you come from?
Up there, Holmes.
Are you human? You weren't moving like a human.
I am, at least in part, Holmes. Into the mother's love burns away the cruel distinctions of the body. A boyadero? No, Holmes. I don't go in for that kind of thing. It's all about surrendering to the mother now. Haven't you ever met a Mex before? Cabron. Surprising number of us around Ravishar. You know, I'm not so sure myself anymore. Don't really matter though. Glad you're feeling more comfortable. First-timers are always nervous.
Don't know what yet, but
the sinewy
must
figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
What are you doing here?
This is a special place.
I wonder if you pass that check if you actually see him though.
We're up there, a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
This Mother of Silence, you mean her?
No. There's a new god in town, and she can't be painted or sculpted because she has no limb or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will.
What will happen once you drink from this perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
You sure you didn't just switch one drug for
It's
another?
not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service. No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
I still don't understand what you were doing in the church.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the Mother's glory.
Can you sing for me? Sing something for
I
me.
ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the Mother's glory. I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me.
Are these your shoes lying around here?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
Oh,
The
thanks for the
singing
shoes.
figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Do you know where the other spooker is?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes. No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
You don't know where she is?
That's what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that we both
Don't
live
really
here?
follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Oh, we might be able to get the password.
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something. Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
I love that we're actually trying to progress the investigation, and instead our inland empire is constantly bursting out into random bits of philosophy about the meaning of life.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña.
You've been here for a long time. Did you see the police raid that took place here?
Something like that.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers want to turn this place
The
into a
ones in the
nightclub.
tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
And do they have a reason to be
Nah,
scared?
man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Though he used to, a long time ago.
So what do you think about the nightclub that is?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
I think we're done here, Essay.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
I feel like Kim is kind of done with being patient. But at least we can get into the computer now. Also, we never checked the board. Look recent. Okay, so someone has been here.
The machine's keyboard is... The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her
Man,
voice sounds
it is
100 years old.
almost criminal to skip any of the dialogue in this game.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Let's try this again. I think I may have the right passwords for the personal
Good.
log.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident. Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard.
Wasn't it?
The printer prints out a long text document
Ah.
with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The
There we
first
go.
entry, made on the
There
4th
we go.
of February 51 by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Do you think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting. 7th of February.
I refuse to give in to my
Finally got the
electrochemistry.
electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would you need an
Why
antenna?
would anyone need any of this equipment here?
That's true.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
A data loss?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Artists, programmers, Lexi, who are all these
I
people?
think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Read the
12th
fifth entry.
of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Read the 7th entry?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
What could it be?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
Read the
March
8th entry.
51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
And she must be describing herself.
Girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Read the 9th entry.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How
I was about to say, that's me. That's me. I was the one who broke into that radio computer, and the storekeeper must be Plaisance.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Search for my lost identity. We're here in the side case representing certain music venue organizers.
You won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
What is it?
Didn't break anything,
No,
did I?
you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Hey, are you the lead programmer of Rural Untethered by any chance?
Or, no, not anymore. That project is dead.
Really curious how those computers work, though.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkonen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Have you seen the man living up in the rafters? Nope. But you know he's around? He's seen you. Okay, it's probably not a big deal then.
You're right. I'm not.
Why are there so many machines in this place?
Them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN Prefect's processing unit.
Wait, what?
RAIN Prefect. My radio computer.
And that antenna is its processing unit?
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Not really.
Right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Wait, what's on air?
The front, the unified front of radio waves. Licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
The Air 1, is it a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
What are you doing with your radio computer?
Working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
What are those bowls of water over there?
They are connected to my rain prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Right, I'll try not to touch them. What are you doing in an abandoned
You really
church?
like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask
I'm conducting
questions.
scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What
I'm looking
research?
for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
What?
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves.
Oh.
That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
A hole in the road? What does that mean exactly?
What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
We'll just reverse engineer matter, I guess?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure. Hold on a moment. Does it mean we're now living in a hole that has worlds in it?
I don't
Yes.
know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out? You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Do you have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
I appreciate that this game has left me completely and utterly sidetracked on something that doesn't really feel like it's part of the investigation, but still feels important enough that you really want to invest into it. Be it for world-building's sake or just this odd quirk that pops up.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. I know.
You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either. Great. What are we talking about? And why? Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks.
Hey, about the 2mm hole again.
What? I hate it. Maybe
Why
I'd
do you
have
hate
to
it?
be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right, but how do you feel about a club for hypnotic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What is it they want
Take
to
a guess, why
build
don't
then? You said it would be nice.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
It is really interesting though. Okay, so what do we have open now? Oh. What you heard from her room the night before you emerged into reality? Yeah, I don't have enough for that. Find the husband, start the nightclub. That's all to talk about. Okay, so this is mostly them. And then we still have an appointment with the smoker on the balcony at 9 p.m. And we still have to find her gun. So there's quite a lot on the table, but not a whole lot that really... really will directly advance anything in the investigation. So that is something that we need to take into account. What is this then? There is so much to see here, though.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Can you still shoot, though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Nice. That's still very decent. It feels like there's some money in that. Hey. Okay, we'll leave this for now because I feel like otherwise we might get too sidetracked. Actually, I have no idea where I am right now. I think I came from here. Where's my house? Who am I? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? God, the writing in this game is so freaking well done.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
There's just so much going on in this little area. It's easy to lose entire game days talking to people who each have their own entire stories. And it's really incredible how well it sort of meshes with the rest of the game as a whole. It's fantastic. Really well put together.
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
I'm on a 50-year losing streak. It makes me aggressively sad. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's spiral land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't go. Don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
And so what is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
You. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Yes.
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila
That's a good idea.
Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Emphasis on the high.
Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened
It was
then?
a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Oh, yes, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Idiot Doom Spiral's voice actor is fantastic, by the way.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
Oops. I didn't even think about the billboard.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things!" After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's
I forgot that I'm still not wearing pants.
You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about my case?
You said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
You know what's the worst part? Kim is extremely understanding about this whole situation. You just goes like, yeah, this all makes sense in my book.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Nah, I don't need to hear anything more.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. You too, Tequila Sunset.
Seems like a great dude to hang around the fireplace with. Yeah, have a little crackling fire going on. Let's do some stories about the Tequila Sunset. I mean, that's fair, D-Rap. He has probably seen his fair share of deranged cops go completely insane. Though I am curious what actually happened. Let me put in some bands. Ooh, those are pretty good. Let's see. Oh, that screams disco.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
You have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
All right, I think I'm gonna call it here for today, chat. We've been sufficiently sidetracked in our investigation and wasted away most of the day reminiscing about the world that has been built around us and the holes in reality that might be a bit smaller than we initially perceived them to be. But the story continues. Like a tequila sunset, it must rise again. And I'll be back on Wednesday with more Disco Elysium. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you're new to the stream, do consider hitting that follow button. I really appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much for joining me on this trip, and thank you all so much for supporting what I do here. I really freaking appreciate it. Next for special shout outs to Loin, Martian Dude, and Field Team Leader. Thank you all so much for the subs. Really freaking appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate it. If you enjoy hanging out with this community, we have a Discord that you can join and hang out with. I also post separate content, more like video essays and stuff on various topics, video game related, that interest me. Last one is on Mizerna Falls, featuring a good friend of mine, Tark's Gauntlet. So do check out the YouTube channel as well. And if you miss a stream and want to catch up on some of the older streams, we do have an archive set up now over on YouTube as well. So do give that a look-see-doodle. First 3 streams of Live Alive are up there right now, courtesy of our very own Phonic Arts. And we'll be drip feeding into that channel slowly with Live Alive, followed up by Star Ocean 6. Well, if you've missed that and don't like using the Twitch player for your revisiting of streams, then consider checking out the YouTube channel. So, with that said, I'll be heading off. I'll be sending you guys over to someone else. And hopefully y'all had a good time. We'll see you all on Wednesday. And until that moment arrives, remember to stay beautiful and keep on gaming, my dudes. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.